Hi, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Toby, and I will be hosting this film premiere. Hola a todos, bienvenidos de vuelta. Mi nombre es Toby. In a few minutes, we're going to be sharing the premiere of a short film about cosmic social outreach. After that, we're going to be back here with a few members of the team to have a panel conversation, so we invite you to stick around after. Entre unos minutos vamos a compartir el lanzamiento del documental sobre el proyecto de Cosmic Social Outreach. Después de eso vamos a volver acá para tener un conversatorio con unos miembros del proyecto. El conversatorio será en inglés y español, así que todos están bienvenidos. The panel conversation after is going to be in English and Spanish, so everyone is welcome to stick around and participate with your questions. Before starting, just a little bit about Cosmic Social Outreach for anyone who isn't familiar. I imagine most of you have been to Cosmic Convergence Festival and know a little bit about it, just in case. Cosmic Social Outreach is the umbrella name for all projects realized by Cosmic Convergence Festival, which, as I think you all know, is an international art, music, and consciousness festival on Lake Atitlan. In partnership with local organizations, the team works to leave a positive trace in the communities hosting this event. In 2019, Cosmic Social Outreach's goal was to transform several bamboo structures from the festival into a multifunctional eco-classroom for the main public school in San Pablo, La Laguna. Cosmic Social Outreach wanted to use natural architecture as an example of radically sustainable development and build an extra part of the existing school, which is currently overloaded with over 1,300 students. In the context of Guatemala and Lake Atitlan, natural building allowed rural communities to fulfill their needs while respecting the environment and preserving indigenous culture. And this collaboration was a channel through which travelers, indigenous community, and nature could experience mutually rewarding exchange. Before we share this film with you, we're just going to bring on screen a few of the core team members of Cosmic Social Outreach and introduce them. So first up here we have Selva. Selva is an Italian visionary weaver and ethical fashion designer. In 2010, she landed in Guatemala and started to revive ancient techniques, creating environmental fine art, stage design, and art installations. In 2012, she founded Conscious Convergence, an amazing, sustainable, ethical brand working with local Mayan communities. A lot of you probably own some of beautiful pieces. And in 2014, she joined the core production team of Cosmic Convergence as art director and program. Feel free to leave your love notes for Selva in the comments for this live video. And do we have Agostino? Yes, we do. Ago from Italy is another project manager of Cosmic Social Outreach. He's involved in fundraising and project management services, connecting resources and visions. He also runs Synoptica Project, which develops and implements the fundraising strategy, coordinates work between partners and with local institutions, and manages the project's budget and communication. Welcome, Ago. Thank you. And from the UK with Filipino roots, we have Jan. Hi, Jan.
Hi.
Jan is an architectural designer and builder of large-scale structures and stages. She designed the multifunctional eco school and the Journey Portal area. And she was a workshop leader on the bioconstruction journey in 2018, as well as a teacher of bamboo building. Last up, we have Ivan from Guatemala. Do we have Ivan?
Here's Ivan.
There's Ivan. Hola, Ivan. And Ivan is an expert in design and construction of bamboo structures, objects, furniture, and decoration. He's one of the workshop leaders on the bioconstruction journey and was the lead builder for the multifunctional eco school. He's also a teacher of bamboo building. This is some of our core team from Cosmic Social Outreach. You guys are so happy to premiere this film today. And in a moment, we're going to share this documentary. This short film basically takes you through the journey from the festival construction to the opening of the school, which was completed last January. It shows how the Cosmic Social Outreach team collaborated with international volunteers and professionals, NGOs, and Guatemalan and Mayan locals to create a beautiful and sensitive piece of natural and community architecture. It's about 15 minutes long. We're going to share it right now on this platform. and you might just need to refresh your page, your browser page, to be able to see it. After that, we'll be back here with a panel conversation, so please stick around after and share your questions in the comments if you have any. Enjoy. Hi everyone, I'm back. Hola a todos, estoy de vuelta. We're just having a slight delay getting the film to you. It will be streaming in about 3 minutes, so hang tight, it's coming your way. 2 minutes, says Selva. 2 minutes and it will be on your screen, so just be sure to refresh your browser in about 2 minutes. Hey guys, thanks so much for your patience. Like you, the world of virtual festivals is new to us, so we're having some technical difficulties getting the video to you on streaming. If you refresh your page, you'll see a link to the film in Vimeo. We're also posting a link to the film in the comments to this live stream. So go ahead and click that link and come back here when you finished watching. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
Hey,
Welcome, Ago, Jan. So we're going to get started with our panel conversation. If anyone missed the premiere of this film, don't worry, you can catch it on Vimeo later. So listen to this amazing team share a little bit about the project first, and then watch the film later on your own time if you didn't catch it right now. Selva, I'd love to start with you. Can you tell me what a sustainable event means to you, and what are some of the challenges that you've faced creating events and festivals?
But for me, like create a sustainable event is respecting the environment first, and taking consideration the economy and the social issue of the place where the location where it take place. There is a lot to do when you do a sustainable event, like put sustainability into every decision making, every planification, organization. It's kind of like a continuous process to observing like which sustainable practice you want to bring in, and be aware as an organizer and as a public also. So it becomes more educational experience because we are learning and public also are learning, and by errors now we get new like information how should be a sustainable event, right? And there is many problem that they happen when you don't want to do a sustainable event. First is like how many people you want to bring into the festival. Like a overpopulation is not sustainable. So if you want to do a festival, there's like over 4,000 people, you stress in the land, you stress in the resource, you stress in the like a water resource, like where to put the waste, and is not really a sustainable practice. So then will be like reducing the population, but increase the price of the ticket, but it's not like a fair way to do, also because you don't allow everybody to come and be able to come to learn the sustainable practice, right? So that is one first problem. So like to make a bigger event is not sustainable, so it need to be a smaller event. And then there is like how the people that come and all the monitoring, like all the people that come and take part, like vendors, if they like following the green policy, like they need to bring like biodegradable platters and dishes, and they need to reduce them waste, buy local food, don't bring too much packaging food inside the festival, and take care of the gray water, use like a biodegradable soap. So there is the monitoring that is need to be done, and also the green policy need to be respected by the people that are coming. Also for the zero waste, so we leave the zero waste in the hand of the local people, and we need to be sure they bring everything to recycle. So we know they make money out of recycling can, recycling paper. And we give to eco village nearby Firefly the glass bottles and the plastic bottles to do eco building. So it's a good practice to recycle. But we need to be sure that the local people follow and bring until the end the zero waste process to the center where it go recycle, and they don't trash away in some place nearby or they burn it. So monitoring is a big issue to be sure that we are doing the right, they are doing the right way to be sustainable.
And Selva, what are some of the specific practices that you follow in your stage design or in the creation of your brand to build a sustainable event? For how you choose materials, for example.
Yeah, we have a bunch of a different practice, sustainable practice on building. Sustainability go all over the entire production of the festival, but especially in building, first I ask the architect and designer to build a structure that are modular, reusable, packable, I can save in a storage, so yurt has been a nice a way to make a pop-up structure that can be moved, that can be reused, then we have a really strong recycling material system with our bodega crew and Oscar leading the amazing crew, and they take care of inventory, all the bamboo, all the wood lamp, all the screw, all the metals, all the wire, all the rope, while the festival is done. And once the festival starts again, the next edition, to have an accounting of many material we have available. And then when I reassign to new project the material, I try to recycle most I can all these material that we have already saved, and then just buy a little bit what is needed. So it's a lot of recycling what we do. Also, like we have like the recycling decoration crew. There's led by Elizabeth. Then all the decoration and art has been done the past edition. We take care. We do some restoration. It's been like a reuse, like our lycra has been put together again, and then past installation pieces can be re-put in a new installation. So we revamp all these materials that we have present that we can use until 3 or 4 years following. So, and then I do the same in my art. Basically, when I do art installation, I design modular pieces that can just take and reuse in a different way in the next installation. So I keep like switching around the material and stuff in different way. There is like a pieces that have been used like 3 times already, you know, in the stage design installation. So it's a fun part. And then most important is like a source local materials. We don't buy much plywood and all these kind of things, but we use most we can, like all what we can, foraging and harvesting around the land, especially like we have tools, we have like a wood, we have like a corn husk and corn stalks and paxle. There's like Tillandsia usnedoide, there's a bromelia plant, the under Christmas local people like to like harvest for doing them Christmas rituals. So we try to reuse like use most we can what we found locally. And then since we have the bamboo coming from the coast, we also like source from natural material from there, like palm leaves, corozo seed spot, mimbre, all material, they are like biodegradable. So basically we storage them and then we reuse until it's compostable. So one time is no more usable, we just compost it. So it doesn't have waste, basically. So then, yeah, the most of the practice.
Beautiful. Thank you, Selva. I've been on site for Cosmic Convergence for the last 3 years, so I've seen in person the incredible job that the team does recycling materials, sourcing local and natural materials, and creating incredible designs with it.
Thank you.
So thank you. Ago, I'd love to ask you a couple questions as project manager and fundraiser. As we've seen in the film, this is not a small project and it required a lot of funds. How did you raise those funds for the project?
Well, it was pretty adventurous, our fundraising. The whole project was pretty adventurous, even the live stream. Definitely the word adventure is part of all this. And we raised the funds in a pretty unconventional ways because we had no support from institutions or like established institutions. So we had to get creative basically. And most of the funds has been raised through Bioconstruction Journey. For the past 3 years, we organized in Cosmic. We built part of Cosmic Convergence Festival structure through a 15 days natural building workshop where John teach, Ivan teach. We all participated there. So with the fee, with the inscription from the course, and with the materials that we use then for the festival, that was a big part of the fundraising. Then we also fundraised during the festival. We launched several initiatives. We did a lottery once and selling things. We ended up selling lost and found things. We really got very creative in our fundraising. Also, we launched a year-long crowdfunding campaign, and I would like to help. We have a lot of supporters in different countries. We organize events to support the crowdfunding campaign. I want to thank especially some people. For example, Julia. She helped so much, or Francesco. There are some friends that really gave a lot of time and a lot of energy and passion to support these projects in many possible ways. We organize workshops of other things. We organize extraction of natural essence. So with the fee, with the money from the subscription, we also use that as fundraising. We use Facebook a lot. We use virtual media. We did Facebook fundraising. There are many people that supported with Facebook fundraising. And during the last part of the project, after the festival was, let's say, when the project was already going, we start to be recognized a bit in this area as natural builders. So people start to reach to us to have maybe an extension of the restaurant built, or a little house, or some furniture. And with Ivan especially, we got some private work, and thanks to all the bioconstruction work, and a percentage, usually a 10% or a little percentage of the private work, was used to fund the public school. So we really had to get creative. We started from scratch, but somehow we made it. I think it's because the idea liked. People love the idea of a festival that can be transformed into a social project, that everything can be done naturally with bamboo. So we really received an endless amount of support. And also we work with a lot of local workers. The whole building phase has been realized by local workers, some very experienced, and some got experience in natural building throughout this project. So there was a big educative part of that. Also, we received a big support from volunteers. And if it wasn't for the help of all these international and national volunteers that just joined the team throughout the 2019, we couldn't done this. And this, of course, helped also cut some costs. We also receive donation of any kind. We receive windows donated, we receive earth donated. Then at some point we were receiving a lot of donation and love.
I was just going to say a huge shout out to everyone in the Cosmic family who gave their time, their energy, and their financial support to this project, because it really happened because of you. So thank you, family.
Thank you.
One more quick question, Ago. I would assume that building a bamboo structure for a school isn't necessarily typical on Lake Atitlan. So what was it like to get permits for that?
Yeah, the permit part was an interesting one. We learned a lot from that, because of course there are regulations in Guatemala regarding natural architecture. You can work with wood and other materials, and there are national regulation about that. But bamboo specifically is not really regulated. So in order to, and this time we wanted to build a public school. So the level of responsibility and the level of visibility was different, and we had to comply, of course, with all the environmental laws of the country. So we had to produce an environmental impact study that was approved by the Ministry of the Environment, but also we have to comply with the regulations of the CONAP, which is the Protected Area Regulatory Agency. So the whole Lake Atitlan, despite its clear environmental problems, is a whole protected area. So if you want to build in Lake Atitlan, you need to comply with several regulations. And despite being a bamboo school, it was not easy. There's a lot of resistance towards some materials, some practices, and there is apparently, at least when we were producing this documentation, there was no public bamboo school in Guatemala. So we have to use the legislation from Peru and from Colombia to fill all the documentation. Our references was the national legislation of another country, but apparently we managed to convince the regulatory people that going natural and using bamboo is actually beneficial, and it doesn't harm the environment. So we got all our permits. It was a long process. It took us more than we expected, and also we learned so much in this process. And one of the things that we learned is that in Guatemala there are rules as every country, but then there are a lot of other rules. So you may think that okay, this is the rule, so I comply with the rule and it's done, but it's not as straightforward. And somebody will tell you, to get this permit it costs this much, to get that permit, and then you find out that it costs one third of that, or even less. And then there is a consultant that jump out from the municipality somewhere and say, no, but you need to have this paper, so you need to pay all this money to get this paper, and this paper never existed. And we had so many stories connected to the permits adventure, because it was an adventure, the permits as well. But I think this showed us a lot of different ways of making things possible, and also it was a big learning for all of us, especially for all of us coming from outside. I guess people from Guatemala are more used to this, but people coming from outside, it was a very big adventure. I'm so thankful for everything learned.
It sounds like a huge undertaking. You've done amazing work. So congratulations, Ago, for making it happen, and to the whole team.
Thank you, Toby.
Jan, you're an architect, correct?
Yes, I'm an architectural designer, yeah.
Architectural designer. So why do you think that these kinds of projects are important for the architecture industry?
Yeah, I think that we need to kind of think about the way we view architecture these days and think about changing the way that we build buildings. You know, we design because we say, okay, it's going to be for this purpose and made by this, you know, these people. But I think we need to look at the users. It's really important that you focus with their need in mind, and then you need to collaborate with them. A lot of these buildings, for example, other buildings, they don't really consult people in the community. They just kind of go ahead because they have, you know, some finances, or there's a theme. But what we really wanted to do was get everybody involved, the community leaders, the directors, the teachers, the students, the parents. And this project is an example of that. We went through numerous meetings with like the governors in the schools to make sure that at every stage what we were doing was okay with them. And it's really important that people know that, you know, projects like these are, you know, they can happen. They are, you know, they do exist. Another thing that we hope is that this building, it's a natural building, and this is another example to the industry, because architecture and the construction industry is it's heavily polluting. It's one of the most heavily polluting industries on the planet. And in a building, you get an enormous amount of embodied carbon. So what we did was we used natural materials, bamboo, clay, mud, wood, and you know they were very local. They came, you know, just in from Guatemala. We didn't have to import them by a truck or you know, I mean, like plane or ship. They were really in the country and nearby. So people really need to think about where's your material coming from, and you know, use locals within the process as well.
There are a lot of lessons we can take away from this project, and from so many experts that have been involved in the Cosmic Social Outreach project over the years. And I didn't know this, Jen, before, but you were sort of working long distance on the project for a lot of it, correct?
Yeah, that's
what were some of the challenges of that?
Yeah, that's right. So Sylvia and Ago, they invited me to this project in 2018 because they knew that I have worked with material, but also I've done sort of big structures for festivals, and it kind of combined a festival building and something for purpose. So like something more permanent, and so this interested me. So I started to design the school and also a workshop to teach students on how to build with bamboo. So it was a kind of a course that had to do multiple things. It had to teach them the basics, then we had to build it, and then what we built was then going to be for the festival, and then it was going to be made for the school. So I was designing it in London, and then I flew out there. And before I went there, I had to get pictures from Ivan, from Ago. I had to get them to send me like videos of the site. But luckily, the groundworks, they were all prepared. It was a concrete base because it was on the 3rd floor of the existing school. So luckily, that was all prepared for us. And yeah, and so then when I finally got on site, it was good to communicate and to finally do the project, start building the school. But then we had problems with papers, for example. So Ago mentioned that there was a problem with getting permits. And so that delayed my time in the building and working with volunteers. So I had to leave Guatemala, and I didn't actually complete what was happening. So Ivan, he took the lead, and he kind of was like the lead builder. And, thank you so much, Ivan, for doing that. So in the meantime, I had to be on the phone all the time. I had to text, email, and I was really reliant on everyone really contributing and letting me know in terms of what the process, what was happening, what were the delays, what were the problems. And also time zones are really difficult. Finding out, calculating, Guatemala 7 hours behind, other countries are more forward. And so I had to kind of get my head wrapped around having meetings at like 12 a.m., 11 p.m. So that was quite difficult. But they really kept me informed, and every time they needed maybe to change something, I would be there to change with them. So those were the big issues about doing projects far away. But I think what's happening now, especially with this lockdown, we're going to see more of this happening. Lots of people are going to do projects in one country and then doing it in another, and it's been happening for years. But what I would say is that realistically, if I were to do this again, I don't think that I would do it in the same way. I would 100% want to be on site. It's so important because we need to check what's happening there. We need to check on the locals, make sure that they're doing their thing. We need to check materials when they're being delivered, count them even just to make sure that materials are not being missing from site. Those little details really can delay a project, and then also rack up the financial implications. It's getting expensive. So working abroad it has its challenges, and I thank a great team for really helping me, supporting me with that. But I wouldn't do something similar like this again. I'd want to be on site 100%, full attention, so I can fully commit. But it turned out amazing, and look at the results. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, I would say given all of the challenges, you did an incredible job. And some of the adventures of working on a global team or a global project at a really local level. Thank you, Jen. Ivan, Guatemala is becoming more known in Latin America for bamboo projects and bamboo products. What do you think the future of bamboo construction is in Guatemala?
¿Lo quieres decir en español? Por favor.
¿Yo? Bueno, es que Guatemala está más y más conocido en Latinoamérica para sus productos y proyectos de bambú. Y en su opinión, ¿qué es el futuro de la bioconstrucción y los productos de bambú en Guatemala?
Ok, pues claramente con este tipo de proyectos, de que son proyectos sociales y enfocados a cierta población local, podemos demostrar al mundo qué es lo que está trabajando tanto en Guatemala, no solamente en Guatemala, sino que en todo el eje de Centroamérica, aparte de las personas del otro lado del mundo o también de Sudamérica. Aunque el bambú es muy conocido en Sudamérica, pues en esta parte aún de Centroamérica somos relativamente nuevos, pero ahora con lo que estamos construyendo vamos a tener algo físico como mostrar lo que se está haciendo acá. Respecto al futuro del bambú en Guatemala y la bioconstrucción, pues creo de que sí. Ahora pienso que aquí es difícil demostrar a la gente sin un proyecto real, de decirle, podemos construir con bambú, debes de usar la bioconstrucción, pero si no tenemos algo físico, ¿cómo mostrar? Somos muy creyentes a lo que vemos. Entonces, ahora con esto podemos traer a la gente, decirle, tú puedes tener una casa con una construcción totalmente bioconstructiva y te va a funcionar bien con un ejemplo real. Más que tener los recursos para hacerlo, más que tener la buena tierra, más que tener el buen bambú, pienso que el futuro está a crear la conciencia en las personas para que sepan de que con la bioconstrucción se puede construir y dejen de creer tanto en la construcción gris, se enfoquen más a lo que se construía ancestralmente acá, que es la bioconstrucción.
Totalmente. ¿Algo vas a traducir un poquito o vamos a seguir?
Si quiere yo traduzco. You want me to translate in English?
Yeah, just maybe like a very brief summary in English for everyone who wasn't following.
So basically what Ivan's saying, is that now that we have a project like this, one of the challenges of the future of bamboo is to have people understand and be aware of the importance of that. So in the experience of Guatemala, for example, people need to see, and especially in rural areas or in social projects like this, people need to see that this is actually possible to have proof, concrete proof that has been done. So of course there are similar examples in other places, but now we have a real example that this can actually be done. ¿Y qué más dijiste? No sé si me perdí una parte.
No, solamente que la gente necesita ver y más que trabajar, porque ya contamos con el material, que es la tierra, tenemos mucha tierra buena para construir, tenemos bambú como materia prima, pero falta la conciencia de las personas.
Yeah, it's like the bamboo is here, you know. Guatemala, as you said at the beginning, Guatemala now has bamboo production, has different bamboo building company. This bamboo is being used for objects, for things. The land is here, the crops are here. What is really needed for the future of this material and the widespread of sustainable practices in the country is more, is more of an educational and awareness work. This is the core of what you say.
Súper, gracias. Y luego, Iván, ¿cómo fue tu experiencia trabajando con las técnicas de construcción maya y trabajando con las comunidades locales y también manejando un grupo internacional de voluntarios, que son muchas cosas?
Pues al inicio es un poco difícil crear la conexión de tanto la persona local, porque claramente en esta área de Guatemala, pues es una comunidad sutujil. Entonces, parte de la dificultad fue el idioma. Sutujil, español, inglés. Entonces, interconectar toda esta parte creo que fue la parte más complicada, pero cuando se está trabajando un proyecto de construcción, de bioconstrucción, creo que mucho del lenguaje fue a señas, subjetivo de qué se tiene que crear entre cada persona, y pues al final ya no fue tan difícil la comunicación, más física que el lenguaje. Y el aprendizaje de las técnicas ancestrales de construcción maya es una experiencia increíble. Yo creería de que las personas deberían de aprenderlo en la escuela. Es más importante aprender a construir con un tipo de construcción maya que otro tipo de cosas que uno aprende en la escuela. Es una experiencia increíble saber trabajar con la tierra.
So, regarding his experience leading, because Ivan come from the city and he learned a lot of Mayan building techniques here, but at the same time he was leading an international group of volunteers. So the first challenge was of course to communicate, because in the team, in the construction work, in the construction site, there were 3 languages being spoken. So it was Maya, Tzutujil, Spanish, and English, and sometimes even more, depending on where volunteers come from. So coordinate the communication between all these languages, it was the first challenge. But then through the sign, sometimes the communication got smoother. And apart from that, learning indigenous technique, learning ancestral technique from here, it was an incredible experience for him. Learn how to build with the earth is something, and with natural material, it's something that should be taught at school, and probably is more important and more impactful in somebody's life than many other subjects that are being taught at the moment. So he strongly recommends everybody to learn how to build with soil, earth, and natural materials.
Verdad. Gracias, Iván. And Aldo, you have, I think, some news to share with our community as well.
Yeah, actually, I have a couple of good news. One come from John. Actually, the school project will be listed in a publication, in an architectural publication in London, which makes us very proud. Of course, thanks John for the connection, and it's nice to have our work recognized and used as a case study of sustainable practices in architecture. And lo voy a decir en español, gracias a Jan también por hacer esta conexión. El trabajo de la escuela va a ser publicado en una publicación de arquitectura en Inglaterra, en Londres, y siempre nos da gusto que nuestro trabajo sea reconocido como un ejemplo, un caso de estudio de prácticas alternativas y sostenibles de construcción, de arquitectura. And the other news is that I recently received, like 2 or 3 days ago, we've been selected as within the 500 best projects within the Premio Latinoamérica Verde is an international Latin American prize, and that run every year. We applied at the beginning of this quarantine, and we've been selected among thousands of participants. So we'll be receive a follow-up. There will be some opportunities for us. So we're very thankful, and we would like to share this news with you. Hemos estado seleccionados como uno de los 500 mejores proyectos latinoamericanos en el marco del Premio Latinoamérica Verde, lo que nos da mucho orgullo también. Hemos sido seleccionados dentro de miles de participantes, así que queríamos compartir esta noticia con ustedes también.
That's amazing news, you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
One quick question for Selva before we invite some other guests in here. You've been living in Guatemala for years, 10 years, 8 years now?
Yeah.
So what is it about the place that kept you there, and how has your relationship developed with the community?
Well, I got in love with the place first. Nature and the richness of the resource is what got me there. But of course, the local Mayan tribes, the art and craft, this tradition that they keep showing and doing, in weaving, in carving, in all the handcraft is amazing. It's got me, because I was looking for a place where these people still doing stuff with hands, and there's human made, no machine made, right? So the patience, the slow rhythm that the local people has, is not like the stressful city one that we have to learn how to go back to that, because it's the natural rhythm of the humans, right? No, is rushing, crazy. And I like, because they're they base them economy in them art, of course, in growing food and fishing and tourism right now. So basically they have all this a common style that they're recognized worldwide, the Mayan traditional textiles, and they all do that, and they sell it, and they live out of that. So it's amazing how they can sustain them tribe like that. They're like a family, a clan. I really like that. So I've been working directly with them also in my clothing company, and I've been learning from them. I've been teaching to them. I've been learning a lot. I've been helped by them. I've been helping. So it's been a mutual collaboration. I'm honored to be collaborating also in my clothing. I leave them free to do the weaving, do the dyes, do the printing. So they have full creative freedom. Then I take it, make the clothing. So it's a collaboration. It's not just me only designing, right? So I'm honored about that. And there is a mutual respect, mutual respect. This is the best word to use.
Beautiful. Thank you, Selva. And thank you, all of you, for your amazing work on this project. Again, congratulations. This is what you've just been watching, is a conversation with some of the core team of Cosmic Social Outreach, but this project involves so many more people who are really important to the project. It couldn't have happened without them. So we're going to invite on screen Gaia, Roma, Elizabeth, and Sanjita, and ask them a few questions before we close this panel. I'll quickly introduce them as they come on. Gaia from Colombia has been working with Cosmic Social Outreach since 2017 as a workshop leader, tutor, and builder of bamboo structures, yurts, domes, and zones.
Thank you.
Welcome, Gaia. Bienvenida. Roma. Is Roma here?
Yeah. Hi.
Yes. Roma's right here from Barcelona, Spain. He's worked with Cosmic Convergence and Cosmic Social Outreach since 2018. And he's been training in bamboo building. He was one of the main builders of the San Pablo School. Bienvenido, Roma.
Muchas gracias.
Elizabeth from Denmark has been working with Cosmic Convergence since 2018. She's an artist and builder, and she helped at the final stages of the bamboo school. She also supported the colors for the San Pablo project. Bienvenido. Bienvenida, Elizabeth. And Sanjita from Germany has been working with Cosmic Convergence and Cosmic Social Outreach since 2018. and she's been on a quest through Latin America to learn how to construct buildings and furniture. She's also a key part of the school project. Welcome, Sanjita. Entonces, Gaia, ¿me escuchas? Gaia, ¿hace cuánto que has estado involucrada con el proyecto de Cosmic Social Outreach? ¿Y cómo has participado? Bueno, vamos a volver a Gaia. Román, ¿me escuchas?
Aquí,
Román,
sí, aquí estoy.
súper. ¿Qué hiciste con el proyecto de Cosmic Social Outreach? ¿Cómo participaste?
Pues principalmente yo era un voluntario, pero también al ya llevar una experiencia y un tiempo atrás conociendo a tanto a Ago como a Iván, como a Selva, como a los organizadores principales, entonces mi función ahí no era mucho más que ayudar un poquito. Aparte, claramente, de todas y cada una de las obligaciones del voluntario, que es aprender lo máximo que se pueda y estar metido en todos sitios, ahí donde se pueda aprender, ahí nos vamos a meter.
¿Y por qué elegiste trabajar con este proyecto? ¿Qué te llamaste?
En este proyecto, porque yo empecé a conocer el bambú en el festival, en el Cosmic, que también entré como voluntario para la construcción. Entonces, a partir de eso, me empezó a gustar mucho. Y a la que vi que al finalizar el proyecto, al finalizar el festival, diferentes estructuras se iban para un uso social, me interesó mucho más. Entonces decidí meterme de lleno en todo lo posible y acá andamos aún.
Súper, muchas gracias por tu trabajo y tu energía. Elizabeth, what was your role with Cosmic Social Outreach?
So I was working for Cosmic Convergence Festival to help organizing and sorting out the bamboo for the school project. And then for this year, I was helping out at the finishing stage to build like the outdoor terrace gardens with the flower beds and benches and tables for the children.
Anyone who was on site at Cosmic this past festival knows that Elizabeth was everywhere and did not stop working. Thank you for all of your work. What made you choose, or where has your experience taken you? What have you learned? What have you gained?
To be flexible. You never know what will happen. And to be creative with what there is. So I built the whole outdoor area with leftovers from the festival. So you just have to make do with what there is. But it was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Sanjita, what was your role in Cosmic Social Outreach? How did you participate? You're muted, so you need to unmute first. We can't hear you. You have to unmute. Click the microphone button. Yes. Oh, shoot. No, Sanjita, we still can't hear you. I'm sorry. But you are unmuted, though. Well, while Sanjita figures out her microphone, Elizabeth, do you have any fun moments or memories that you want to share about your time working on this project?
I have one. It was with Sanjita. We were loading off a pickup truck that we had rented with stuff to take to the school in San Pablo. And when we got to San Pablo, there was a big market, so the main street were like blocked off, so we have to go on a different street. And there was a big truck that was kind of backing down this one street, and one street were like joining, and we were coming from up here, and there were like cars everywhere and you could go nowhere. It was just a total traffic jam. And Sanjita and me were like, we don't have time for this. We have to finish this thing in 2 days. So we jumped out and we were yelling at everyone, vamos para allá, para ahí, para allá, pare. Trying to guide the whole traffic. It took us 2 hours to get out of there. It was so crazy. It just shows you have to be prepared for anything that comes along.
Absolutely.
So, funny moment, yes.
Y Roma, mientras que estamos esperando a Sanjita, ¿tienes algunas memorias divertidas que quieres compartir?
Ay, Dios. Sí, a huevos. O sea, claramente toda la experiencia de inicio a fin del proyecto fue una maldita locura. Muy bendecida por todos los que estuvimos ahí. Y claro, de historias hay infinitas, desde bien dulces, como los niños a lo mejor se interesaban por el proyecto, venían y preguntaban y todo, hasta, por ejemplo, una vez estábamos trabajando y nos agarró la lluvia de repente, ya parecía que iba a venir, pero no tan grueso, ¿sabes? Y de repente vino la lluvia, vino un chingo de viento, nosotros estábamos colocando el techo lleno de láminas y pues cosas que pasan, de repente una se largó volando, casi revienta los postes eléctricos de todo el pueblo. Bueno, fue bastante, por suerte al final no pasó nada, pero sí podía haber acabado como muy mal. Y de estas pues hay como algunas más, no sé, entramos unas cabras a la escuela. Entramos con cabras, pues porque con Sanjita nos habíamos comprado unas cabras y todo. Pues. Hubo de todo. Estuvo genial.
Toda una aventura, ¿cierto?
Ay, sí. No.
Bueno, parece que perdimos a Gaia.
Gaia me manda a decir.
Sanjita, can we hear you now?
Yeah, I'm on the microphone now. Can you hear me?
Great. So do you want to quickly tell us about your role on Cosmic Social Outreach and how you participated?
Well, I was also like Roma was participating in the way of like a volunteer or like with some benefits, since I was working before in 2018 as a volunteer on the festival in Cosmic, and like building up my bamboo skills there and like several other projects. I guess I gained some good bamboo skills, and I could improve it there as well, and share and help the volunteers and how to build it. And so my I guess my job was there to teach a little bit of the how to build, how to connect, and also of course learn to use other techniques like bajareki, the way of use clay into the walls, and like weaving techniques. So yeah.
And what was your experience like learning some of those techniques and learning how to work with bamboo and ancestral construction methods?
Yeah, for me, it's a really, really great experience, since I started my career in a totally different way, different field of graphic design, working in agencies, making marketing and for big brands. And I was always like a bit unhappy about the sense of doing something like that has it's not really senseful for me. And jumping into the field of bioconstruction was for me like it opened my horizon, of I might do something that's really useful, like really like one of the basic things you need is a house, and finding a plant that's the most environmental friendly material is for me like the solution. So for me, it gave me my jump into like a really amazing career, or like amazing new lifestyle, of living, I would say. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Sanjita. Before we close, we lost Gaia on the live stream, but she did send something that Ago is going to share with us right now about her experience.
Yeah, Gaia unfortunately is experiencing some problems, connection problem, and something with the phone. So she sent a message, literally, and she said that together, what she learned from all this is that together we can create amazing, beautiful things, and even if they appear as very difficult. So let's get all together to materialize the world that we want. Dice, juntos podemos hacer cosas maravillosas, unámonos para materializar el mundo que queremos ver. This is love message from Gaia.
Gracias, Gaia. Me encanta. Bueno, chicos, no sé si alguien quiere compartir algo de su visión para el futuro, sus sueños para el próximo proyecto. Does anyone want to share about their vision for the future before we close?
Well, we hope to have more projects in the future. Considering this crazy time, it's pretty hard for everybody to plan in general. So I think we all loved what we did, and I would like to do more natural building projects, maybe bigger, maybe more. I would like to see more bamboo and natural building being used in public structures, not only for a small school, which was amazing in this side of the world. It would be nice to see bamboo being used within big cities of the future, and to have big infrastructures built with natural materials, and to change completely the face of our cities. There is a hope that we have, that I have, and yeah.
I love it. All right, Elizabeth, Sanjita, thank you so much for jumping in.
I also hope that the family of Cosmic comes out.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying that I really do hope that the Cosmic family comes all together again, and that we can meet and build incredible stages and incredible buildings with bamboo. Yeah.
Yes, I think we're all looking forward to that.
I would also like to say one thing. Is that okay? That I would like to say that I wish that more festivals would take this example and to use their materials and creating something afterwards to minimize waste.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, Sanjita, Roma, thank you. Muchas gracias por compartir, por toda tu energía. Just going to bring back on the family, cosmic social outreach. Thank you everyone so much who joined us for this conversation. If you have more questions, feel free to post them in the comments and we'll get back to them later. We are going to close out this session right now. Ivan, Ago, Roma, Sanjita, Elizabeth, Selva, Jan, thank you so much for taking the time to share about your experience with us. It's been so great to hear from all of you and learn more about this project like this. And if you want to stick around in half an hour, all right, bye guys. In half an hour, I am going to be back. I'm sharing a workshop on self-promotion, marketing, and moving through fear about putting your work out there. It's something I'm really excited to share with our community of artists and facilitators and healers and entrepreneurs. I hope it will be of benefit to you. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back in half an hour for that workshop. So come back then. Thank you all for listening.
Hi everyone. Hola a todos. Welcome back. Bienvenidos de vuelta. Yes. Thank you so much for joining us in the last session for the social outreach. Thanks, Toby, for introducing us. It's my very deep pleasure to introduce Toby now. She's an amazing storyteller, empowerment, self-defense teacher. She's a yoga teacher and editor. She's a facilitator, and she's about to publish her first book called Vagabundas, a guide to solo female travel. And she's going to share with us today about how any artist, teacher, healer, or entrepreneur can overcome fear to put their work out there and connect with their audience. So I think her session is going to be amazing. She will share a lot of tips on how you can promote your work online. I think it's very useful, especially in this time. So she's just great. You're gonna enjoy her live stream. So I'm gonna call her in.
Thank you so much, Sago.
Thank you, Toby. You're doing an amazing job, and I'm sure that all the audience today will enjoy your workshop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am coming in live from San Jose, Costa Rica, and it's raining a lot here. So if you can't hear me, let me know, but there's not really so much I can do. I'm so excited to share this workshop. Honestly, it's been something that's been on my mind for maybe the last year to put something like this together. Maybe more of a presentation talk and workshop, but I'm going to try and keep you engaged with some questions over the next 40 minutes. And then I'm going to leave all the time at the end for you to ask questions. So to give you just a little bit of information about my background, I am a writer, an editor, a content creator, a facilitator, and consultant on branding marketing. I also just yesterday completed the Kickstarter campaign for my first book that August 19th. So let me travel. Sounds good. All right, we are back. I hope you all can hear me. As mentioned, all right, you can hear me. I am tuning in from San Jose, Costa Rica. We are in the middle of a rainstorm, so hopefully I managed to stay on for the next 50 minutes. Again, my name is Toby. I am a writer, an editor, a facilitator, and a consultant on branding and marketing. All right, looks like we're good for sound and video. And I also just completed the Kickstarter campaign for my first book, Vagabondess, A Guide to Solo Female Travel, and I'll be publishing that sometime next week. And from really most of my clients in comes to consulting on marketing and branding, from a lot of people who followed along with the campaign for the Kickstarter, I see the same thing over and over again. And I also see this in my community, our community of artists and entrepreneurs and teachers and healers who have incredible offerings, but they have a really strong resistance to promoting what they do. And what I've realized, the more I work with people on this, on branding, on creating their brand, promoting their offering, whatever their offering is, the more I realize that it's not just that we don't know how to do marketing or we don't know where to start with promoting what we do. It's that a lot of people really don't want to. So there's this resistance to marketing, right? And so before I continue, I want to invite those of you who are tuning in live to share in the comments a couple words that come to mind when I say self-promotion, or a couple words that come to mind when I say marketing. So feel free to share in the comments if you are tuning in. And if we don't get any, I can just tell you what mine are. So maybe while those comments come through this platform, I want to make it clear that when I talk about this resistance, I speak sort of from a place of personal experience, because I also had a lot of resistance to marketing and self-promotion when I was getting started. Some of the first articles I published when I started writing and publishing my writing, I don't think I shared them with anyone or on any platforms. Somewhere along the way, starting out with this career, I picked up the belief system that marketing is evil because it comes from capitalism, and capitalism is evil. And if I do it, if I go and start marketing myself or promoting myself, then I'm part of that system and it's bad. But I think all along underneath that resistance, there was actually this genuine desire as an artist to be seen and to be heard. And beneath that, there was a really strong driving purpose of wanting to be of benefit. Yeah, fear of judgment. We're going to get to that too. And so at the base of this, what I see is this really vulnerable, really tender fear of failure and of rejection and of judgment. And that's okay. That's sort of what I want to talk about today. My baseline assumption for this talk, for this workshop, is that every single one of you has something of value to offer. So we're starting there. Yeah, so coming in from the comments, resistance, fearing I don't have enough information, material experience before starting to promote what I do. Something I wasn't planning on saying this, but another thing I really strongly believe is that if we wait until we feel like we're ready, like we have everything we need to start, then we're never going to start. So at some point you just have to say, well, I might not be 100% ready, but I'm going to put myself out there. I'm going to put my work and my offerings out there anyways. And so starting assumption on my end is that every single one of you has something of value to offer. And I invite you to share your offerings in the chat. If you want to share an event or workshop that you're going to be teaching, if you want to share a link to your website, if you want to just put into words what it is that you offer, what your value is, I invite you to share that in the comments as well. And another one, yeah, having to meet high expectations. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think self-promotion has to be about always keeping up a false positive image. And I'll get to this a little bit later, but I think it also often comes back to maintaining authenticity and a level of rawness and realness about who we are, because when we're promoting our brand and our brand is us, that's not going to be positive all the time. It's not going to be picture perfect all the time. It's going to be real. And sometimes when things are real, they're imperfect and they're messy. And that's okay. So in my work with my clients, consulting on marketing, in so many conversations I've had with friends over the last few years, there are basically three main obstacles that I see over and over again to starting to promote ourselves. And I want to address those first, and then at the end, I'm going to share a few practical tips on things you can do. But before that, I think we have to address these three obstacles, because that's really what stops us from putting ourselves out there. And if we don't start, then the practical advice isn't that relevant, because we're never going to start actually applying that advice. So those three obstacles are resistance to the idea of marketing, self-promotion, or selling ourselves, fear of rejection, and fear of failure. And those are the three things I really want to focus about. That's okay if you're not a market, you're not a brand. Okay, so that's, I use this language of marketing, branding. That might not resonate with you, and that's fine. You could also just take this as encouragement or overcoming obstacles and resistance to sharing your creations as an artist or a creative, to sharing your offerings as a healer or a teacher. I do use marketing language because that's part of my background, but it's okay if those words don't resonate with you. Fill them in with words that do make sense to you and how you consider your offerings, whatever those may be. Starting assumption, everyone has a gift, everyone has something of value to offer. So first thing is this resistance to, well, speaking of resistance to marketing, there's something that I hear a lot, and I think it's rooted in reality, but I think it's also a myth. And that's that marketing is the same thing as tricking people into buying something that they don't want or that they don't need. And that myth has roots in something real, which is when you look at sort of corporate, large-scale advertising. Modern advertising does hinge on basically creating a need, inventing a need, and then selling someone the solution to that problem, right? So I understand if that's the association you have with marketing, then of course, that sounds awful. No, I don't want to sell anyone something they don't need or something they don't want. And I assume that none of you want to do that either. I define marketing differently. Basically, for me, marketing is, or self-promotion is saying, I have something of value to offer. There are people out there who want what I have, who need what I have, who are interested in what I'm creating and what I'm teaching and what I'm doing. If I don't put my work out there, they are never going to be able to find me, and they're never going to be able to benefit or enjoy or share what I'm offering. And an example of this, so as I mentioned, I'm about to publish my first book. I just ran a month-long Kickstarter campaign that got almost double the funding that I was seeking for it. I have friends and colleagues who have written books and published books, and if you've written a book, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of work. It's a crazy amount of work to write the thing. And then they publish it, and then they don't tell anyone that it's published. And there, 100% guarantee you, there are people out there who want to read that book. I absolutely believe that there is an audience for everything. As a few examples, take a look through Amazon, take a look through Netflix, look at porn. There's an audience for anything you can create. So it's not a question of, are there people out there who want this, who want to read this? It's a question of, do they know about it? And if you don't put it out there, then they're not going to know about it. And I think sometimes we sort of hide behind this, that saying, if you build it, they will come, right? We want to believe that it will just create something beautiful, offer something beautiful, and the people who want it will magically appear. That could be true, if you have a big corporate advertising agency doing all of the heavy lifting for you, if you write for a large magazine publication and they're publishing your work, if you teach at a large school, yeah, stepping out of your comfort zone. Exactly. That's what this is all about, is stepping out of your comfort zone. And so there are, I want to acknowledge that there are other ways to do this. You don't have to go the self-promotion route. I'm offering this really for all the people that I know are out there, because I've talked to a lot of you personally who do want to self-promote, who do want to market their offerings and are getting hung up on some of these sort of base obstacles. And they're not even getting to the point of learning about marketing or getting to the actual techniques and tactics of promotion, because they're getting hung up back here and these obstacles and this resistance and this fear. And so moving on, because I'm talking more than I thought I would. So if you believe that marketing is about, if you just follow me on this journey, and we agree that marketing is about reaching an audience who is out there, who can't find you if they don't know you're out there. So marketing is about getting your work in front of the people who might be interested in it, who might want it. Then the question becomes, what is my purpose? What am I trying to do and achieve as an artist, as a teacher, as a healer, as an entrepreneur? And if you feel that your purpose is to share, or to be of benefit, or to help people, or just to express yourself and be witnessed in that self-expression, then self-promotion it's not about ego, and it's not about selling people things they don't need. Self-expression is about saying, I believe people need this, or I believe people want this, or I believe people would enjoy this. And I'm going to make sure they know about it, so that they have the option of buying it, of participating in it, of watching it, of reading it, of seeing it. And if I don't do that, they'll never have that option. Hola, José, bienvenido. Perdón, sí, olvidé decirlo, amigos en Latinoamérica, amigos que hablan español. Yo voy a compartir este taller otra vez en español. Es que tengo un montón de cosas que quiero decir y no tengo suficiente tiempo para hacerlo en inglés y en español. Así que en las próximas semanas voy a hacerlo otra vez totalmente en español, y están súper bienvenidos. Ojalá puedan disfrutar hoy también, pero si no, les vamos avisando cuando cerrar el próximo taller en español. So I will, just so you know, I will be offering this workshop again in Spanish, and we'll keep you posted about that. One more thing about resistance to marketing. Going back to that example of writing a book, it's hundreds of hours of work. It's so much energy. It's so much time. And it's my belief that you honor yourself, you honor your time, you honor your work, and you honor the output, you honor the final creative project, whatever that looks like, when you then take the time to promote it, to put it out there. And when you give other people the time to find it and benefit from it and enjoy it. And so that, to me, as a creative person, as a teacher, that's a really important last step in actually sort of fulfilling our purpose, whatever we feel that our purpose is. If that purpose involves reaching other people, then putting it out there, putting ourselves out there, and self-promotion, it's the last piece of the puzzle. And something is missing if we don't engage with that. Gracias, José. Espero verte pronto para el taller en español. Okay, so let's move on to fear of rejection, because I know how vulnerable and how scary it is to put your work out there, to put yourself out there. So I have a rhetorical question. I'm going to answer it myself, but if you want, you can also share your answers in the comments on the video. Why is it so easy to promote other people's work? You know, a friend shares a new music video, a new article, a new piece of art, they're offering a workshop. We don't think twice about sharing that with all of our friends, sending it to all of our WhatsApp groups, posting it on Facebook, posting it on Instagram, however we share things. Of course we're going to share it, because our friend is amazingly talented and they're offering something incredible and everyone should know about it. Why is that so easy? And then when it comes time to do the same thing for ourselves, it's suddenly so difficult, and we choke. we stop there, and we have this fear, this sort of automatic reaction to doing that exact same thing for our own offerings. And as the way I see it is that there's a level of distance that we have from other people's projects and other people's art, other people's offerings. So to promote somebody else, it doesn't feel so personal. And if no one comments on that post, if no one goes to that workshop, that's too bad, but it's not about us. And so it doesn't feel so scary to risk that rejection or risk that failure. On the other hand, when people reject our own art, our own classes, workshops, retreats, business, product, offering, whatever it may be, that feels so personal, and it doesn't feel good when that is rejected, or when people react negatively to it. I think someone mentioned that in the comments, like negative feedback feels really bad, of course. And even worse, sometimes the negative feedback is no feedback, when you share something and they're just crickets. And it feels like people are actually rejecting us as human beings. The good news is that that's actually not the case. We are more than our work. We're more than our business. We're more than our offerings. We're more than our creations. So people might, sometimes we will not be successful. Sometimes our offerings will be rejected or receive negative feedback. That doesn't mean that they're rejecting us or that we're failing as human beings. And I've had this conversation with a lot of people, and we actually forget that. So just, in this moment of doubt or fear, vulnerability, just remember that you are more than whatever it is that you're putting out there in this moment. And so going back to basically the title of this workshop, but what if no one likes it? That's sort of the question that stops us so many times from sharing or from promoting or from marketing what we're creating. And I have 6 answers to that question that I believe to be true. And I forgot to say at the beginning, basically the way this talk emerged is that I've had the same conversation with so many people, the same questions and the same fears come up over and over and over again, and basically took sort of the core theme that I've seen in all of those conversations with clients and friends, and I took all of my answers and I tried to condense them into as short a presentation as possible, because I do want to leave time for anyone who wants to ask questions at the end. So this is a question that I've asked it myself in moments of doubt or vulnerability, and a lot of people I know also get stuck on this question. So, but what if no one likes it? Answer number 1, you are not a bad person. As I just mentioned, you are more than your work. Even if no one likes it, it doesn't mean you're a bad person. 2, it doesn't mean it doesn't have value or that it's worthless. You can't please everyone. You're never going to please everyone. Not everyone is going to like your work, and that's okay. That shouldn't be the goal. 3, there's an audience for every artist. There's a student for every teacher. I think I already went over that in a lot of detail, so I'm not going to say more about that, but if no one likes it, consider the possibility that maybe just the right people haven't found it yet. 4, if you touch one person, it was all worth it. I've published articles that reach hundreds of thousands of people, and I've published work that reaches 100 people or 200 people. And at the end of the day, what keeps me writing, what keeps me creating art, what keeps me sharing aren't the view counts or the sort of the metrics, the numbers. What keeps me going are the occasional messages that I get from people who read my work and take the time to write to me and say, wow, that really touched me. Or that I really needed to hear that today. I really needed to hear that this week. Or that completely inspired me to take the step in my life, or to go after this dream, or to overcome this challenge or this fear. And I think I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in a minute, but we can define success in different ways. And for me, those sort of individual moments of connection make it all worth it. And so is it that no one likes it, or is it that 100 people didn't like it? Because if one person really loved it, if one person really benefited from it, then to my mind, that makes it worthwhile. 5, and this is maybe the most important one for this fear of rejection. Nobody is going to believe in you as much as you do. So you have to believe that your work has value. No one else is going to ever believe that more than you do. So your starting point as an artist or a teacher, a healer, an entrepreneur has to be that this is worthwhile, that this is valuable. Because if you don't believe that, you're never going to get to the point of really committing to promotion, really committing to marketing, really putting yourself out there. That belief has to come first. I think so. And 6, what if no one likes it? If that's the worst thing that happens, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You'll create other things. You'll offer other classes and workshops. It's really actually okay. So, if the worst thing that happens is no one likes it, no one comments, no one comes, fine. I've taught so many yoga classes to empty rooms. I've put together retreats that I thought were amazing, unique experiences, and nobody booked them. I've written articles that nobody read. I've read poetry that no one cared about. It's okay. So moving on to the third section, fear of failure. That's part of it, especially in creative work. Like, failure is part of it, especially in business and entrepreneurship as well. Not everything you put out there is going to succeed. And so I wrote here in my notes, anyone guaranteeing you success is probably lying to you, because there are no guarantees. It's vulnerable to put your work out there. It's scary to put your work out there. It's risky because you have no guarantee ever that it's going to work. No one can promise you that. What I can promise you is that if you don't put yourself out there, if you don't try, if you don't give people a chance to find your offering, to read your writing, to listen to your music, to connect with whatever it is you're creating, if you don't try, I guarantee you it will not be successful. So you have to give it that chance. And going back to defining success, there's one more thing I want to say about fear of failure and what it even means to be successful in our creative work, in our business, in our offerings, whatever those may be, is that we get to define that success for ourselves. So the longer I do this work, the longer I put writing out there, the longer I offer workshops and classes and retreats, the more I find meaning actually in the process of creating and sharing, even when it's not successful, and it often isn't. And if you define success, and I define my success as living an integrated life, as living in alignment with my purpose, with my passion, then every time I try to do that, every time I put out an offering that is in alignment with my passion, that feels meaningful to me, then I'm already succeeding. And then other, numbers and metrics and financial success, of course, especially in these times, I know these have been difficult times for a lot of people in our community. So we want those metrics as well, right? We want people to come in to our virtual classroom. We want people to read our writing, listen to our music that we're putting out there right now. And so that those kinds of success are important as well. But if we redefine success for ourselves, then I think we can sort of find a lot more satisfaction in putting our work out there on a regular basis. Sorry, there's something. And something I forgot to say that I think is just a really interesting tidbit of information. I can, if anyone wants to know, I can share the name of the psychologist in the comments because I can't pronounce it. But a psychologist found in his studies of action that how people feel about themselves depends more on the skills that they think they have and not so much on the skills that they actually have. In other words, if I believe that my writing has value, that's more important that's more important to my personal happiness and satisfaction and confidence than the actual objective quality of my writing or of my music or of my classes. And so someone had mentioned in the comments early on that resistance, that fear that they don't have enough material or experience to start promoting what they do. And so from this perspective, it's more, well, how do you feel about the value of what you're offering right now? And if you can believe that it's valuable, if you can believe that you have that skill, then you can already achieve that other definition of success, which is feeling happy, feeling integrated, feeling aligned, feeling confident and satisfied in what you're putting out there. And of course, we should always keep training as facilitators and teachers. We should always keep working to polish and perfect our art. That's extra. It's just interesting to understand where our happiness, according to this study, where our happiness actually comes from and where sense of self-worth comes from. And it comes from perspective more than objective reality sometimes. And so I did promise a few practical tips about how to get into self-promotion and marketing your offering, whatever that is. That's also, there are courses on this, right? And that's a whole workshop or series of workshops in of itself. So these are really just like a couple places to start. Because going back to what I said already, if you don't start, if you don't try, you have 0% chance of reaching the people who are out there who do want what you're offering. So first place to start, if you've never shared on social media, consider giving it a try. It's scary, but it gets less scary the more you do it. So post a poem, share a song, do a live video, post a link to your website or whatever it is that you're creating. Just write a post about what it is you do as a facilitator or teacher, if you're a facilitator, and why it means so much to you and why you think it's valuable. I promise the more you do it, the less scary it gets. The first Facebook Lives I did, I got super nervous, and I think I went over in my head what I was going to say a dozen times, and then I still messed it up. It gets easier. 2, you can do outreach. Craft a template, create an email template or a template for a message of how you're going to reach out to influencers or bloggers or even friends or community members with an offering to become an affiliate or a partner or to write a review or to do a cross promotion. What exactly you're proposing in that email or that message will depend on you and what you offer. But create a template and then send that to 200, 300 people who you think might be interested in collaborating in whatever way you're looking to collaborate. A cross promotion is a good option. And influencer affiliate marketing is another one. So finding people who want to promote your offering, and in exchange, they receive a percentage of any sale that comes through them. That would basically be affiliate marketing. I operate on the philosophy that it never hurts to ask. The worst that can happen is that they say no. Actually, what happens 99% of the time is they just never answer. That's okay. The worst that can happen is someone writes you back a long, angry message about how you're wasting their time and how dare you ask them to support your offering or share your art, whatever it is. It's okay. I still believe it never hurts to ask. And 1 out of 100, 1 out of 50 people are going to write back and say, wow, that's really cool. I'd love to connect. Wow, that's really interesting. I'd love to do cross promotion or feature you, whatever it is. And if 1 out of 50, 1 out of 100 people does write back, then it's worth your time, especially if you use the template model and you don't waste your time writing a different message to every single person. 3, put some time into creating a marketing plan or into developing your brand. Sometimes I see people who decide, like, okay, I'm going to start marketing, I'm going to start promoting, and they throw a post out into the internet and then do nothing for a month. And then they're really crushed when no one comes to their workshop. or people who will just randomly get super active, posting a lot of things about everything they're offering for a week, and then go dark for a month or 2 months. And that kind of energy, that sort of dispersed application of energy, isn't really that useful. It is like, self-promotion is a lot of energy, and it's a lot of a certain kind of energy that can be draining. So if you're going to put the time and energy and make sure that it's intentional and it's deliberate. And this could be a place where if you're looking to invest financially into your business, into your art, into your brand, this could be a place where you invest some money into hiring experts. Marketing and promotion are both an art and a science, and there are people who are experts in the science of it, of things like growth hacking and Google ads and Facebook and Instagram ads and SEO, things like that. And it is worthwhile, if you have the funds to invest, it's worth looking into someone who can support you in those things. But just in conclusion, like, being intentional, being deliberate about how you use that energy, so that when you put energy into marketing and branding, when you put your stuff out there, that energy is directed into something really specific, so that it has a chance to help you grow. 4, you can pay attention to promotions and marketing from people in your community, people that you respect and like, and that you feel like you really resonate with how they're putting their work out there. So pay attention to those marketing campaigns, to those people who are promoting themselves, and ask yourself, well, what is it about this that resonates with me? Why do I like this? Why does this feel real, authentic, raw? And whatever those qualities are that are making you connect with that specific marketing or self-promotion, think about how you can apply those same qualities to how you share about your art, your work, your offerings. Things that probably will come up that will connect are things like authenticity, things like it feeling natural and real and human, down to earth, humorous, raw, vulnerable, and engaged with the audience or community. And finally, my last tip it's slightly less practical, but still, and it goes into my list of practical places to get started, is get clear on your why. So going back, if purpose is a big word and that scares you off, just call it, like, it's a really simple question. Why am I putting this out here? This could be a class, a retreat, a product, a healing offering, a piece of writing, a piece of music, whatever it is. Get clear on why you want to put it out there. And as I mentioned, and it bears repeating, some of those whys might be things like wanting to be of benefit to the world, something that grandiose, or it might be something as simple as, I think people will like it. I think people should see it. I think there's somewhere out there who needs to read this. I feel like I have something that can benefit other people, and I want them to know about it. So get clear on your why in any given moment that you're thinking about putting something out there. Because once you're really clear on that why, what's your motivating, driving reason for putting this out there, then all of the rest becomes quite a bit easier. Then it doesn't seem so daunting to put your work out there, to promote yourself, to market. And all of those obstacles that I just went through become a little bit more surmountable. And there's about 10-15 minutes left for questions. So I would love to hear from you guys who are tuning in live. If you have any questions, if you want more information about something, please share those in the comments right now. Anna, thank you so much for joining in. I'm glad you were able to make it for part of it. And so I'll hang out here for a few minutes in case people have questions. I think there's a delay in the live video stream. I'm gonna drink water. And also, I guess, while I'm waiting, in case there are no questions, if anyone has questions come up later, please feel free to reach out to me on Facebook, on Instagram. I'll leave those links in the comments on the live stream. I can definitely, I'll also share more information about my work. I'll leave some links in the comments. And so anyone who wants to know more, check out the links or check out the comments on this live stream. And again, I should mention, as I mentioned at the beginning, that I am about to publish my first book as well. So on the subject of self-promotion, if anyone is curious to know more about my book, Vagabondess, A Guide to Solo Female Travel, I will post a link to that as well. It's going to be available starting next week. And thank you for inspiring braveness and to step up consistently and authentically. Thank you for listening. I'm really glad that it inspired you. Selva also wants more information about my work. All right, so I think the next step then is for me to leave you guys some links in the comments. You can also find me on Instagram at Toby in the World. You can find more information about my book at vagabondessthebook.com. And you can find me on Facebook. Look for Toby Israel. I'll probably be the first one that comes up. Well, guys, we have, yeah, there is a delay, but I think it's time to close out a little bit early in 45 minutes. Oh, I see. Stepping outside of the area where I have a professional image. Yeah, that's been interesting for me as well, because I work professionally as a writer and editor on marketing things. And then as an artist, as a creator, as a writer, I put a lot of work out there that's quite separate from my professional image. And I think at a certain point I decided that if anyone had a problem with what I was putting out there as an artist, that probably wasn't the right employer for me, and that's how I've resolved that. But there are other ways. I mean, people who really want to protect their professional image will sometimes publish under a pseudonym if they're writers, or they'll just create sort of like a different persona for themselves to share creative work, for instance. All right, so in about 40 minutes, we have some amazing music coming your way. So come back here then and have a distributed dance party with us. Thank you everyone so much who tuned in. Again, please feel free to reach out. I would love to hear from you, and have a beautiful day.
Hello everybody, welcome back again. We're gonna be in the last part of our live streaming, and I'm gonna leave you with Matt Carey. Matt is an amazing musician, multi-instrumental, vocalist, DJ and performer from Providence. He constantly creates new music and material with a wide variety of styles. He has been releases in record labels like Hot Boy, Soul Club, and Diplomatic, Stay Bad, and Bar 25 Records. So you think you know him. Thank you so much for being part of this streaming, our first streaming too. Thank you so much for being patient for all the technical issue, and we want to say thanks to all the people that participate and have been making this possible. So I leave you with some good music. Ciao.